Evening, good afternoon, good day, hello everybody. It's Thursday, and Thursday means we're gonna play some Project Zomboid. So I already loaded up the save game, and if you look very closely, I've added a few things. So we're gonna have our kill counter always present on the screen, which is a cool little mod that I found. And I've also added a bit of a to-do list as probably a more reminder for me, but also just to, show what I want to do next. I hope it's not gonna block anything else in the game. If it does, please let me know. The other thing you might spot is there's a dude in my base. So I think what happened here is the mod where this fire station is coming from got an update earlier this week, and that update changed the zombie population of the buildings, and because of that it kind of reset, so like it forgot that we had already cleared this house and probably the area. So hello Crazy Eyed. So we might actually have to clean like the whole surrounding of this place, the what's it called? The gas station, that army supply store, all of that we'll probably have to clean again. Well, first of all, we have to clean our house. The third thing you might notice before I get actually into the game here is that it's actually one day later than you might have expected. So I didn't just... We ended the stream last time coming back with a car full of loot, so I spent some time packing that all away. And then also I spent a whole day just in the base sorting out our various storages, reading some books, and just doing stuff that's not super interesting to show on stream. So you missed a day here. Which also means we're coming later to the day. It's more likely that we might actually have the helicopter event today. We'll see how that goes. Alright, that being said, let's turn off the intro music. The in-game music should go on as soon as we unpause the game. And then it's gonna be right into some fighting here. Right. Oh. I hear somebody bashing on a door. Is that this door? No. Holy shit. Alright. It's slightly concerning here. There's more coming. I hope they don't destroy too much stuff inside the base here. Oh, this place seems empty. Oh, get out of my kitchen. Somebody attacking a window, which I really don't like. Oh. Just taking a quick rest. How did that guy get in there? That needs to be enough. Let's be a little bit vigilant here. Check the pantry. Ooh, that could have been the end of it. Well, at least we got... I was also thinking to start leveling some tailoring, and so we've got a bunch of tailoring items. That's nice. Roads actually seem still clear. It's just the inside of the building that's reset. Okay. Well, they bashed in this door here. But yeah, this is still all empty, so the loot didn't reset. I guess it's fine. Oh, did I? Did I check this bookshelf? Probably. Nobody in here. Nobody up here, alright. See how bad it looks downstairs. Not bad at all. I need to make sure, since we're coming into the time frame of the helicopter event. I didn't program the station here. I wanna hit up the emergency channel on the radio to listen in if the helicopter comes today. 9.4. I think that's already the for tomorrow. Zzzt. Zzzt. I think that means nothing today. Okay. So, hey, by the way, we got another rainy day. I think we had all rainy days the last time. For some reason, it seems to have, like, this respawn problem only seems to have affected the upstairs area. You know, just where I eat, sleep, and read my books. It's a very cool game, very cool. Well, these are the barricaded windows we barricaded last time, yeah. This is all okay. Alright. We're fine. The other thing I need to look after today, so we've been losing weight. The game actually tracks what you eat and what you don't eat. And the ideal weight is between 75 and 85. And if you see this kind of little arrow pointing down, that means you're currently losing weight. And we don't want to drop below 75 because then we count as underweight, we lose some of our fitness, and it's just not a good time. So I want to eat some nice high-calorie food, so I think I'm just gonna pack sure, 2 packages of cereal if we get hungry today, and you know what? Cereal and chips. Nothing like a well-balanced diet. So I did mention I did read some books already. So I've got the boost for electrical. We don't have the one for tailoring and mechanics. Yeah. I think I want to go out. So my original plan was for today, if we don't have the helicopter, which we don't seem to have, there's something weird with this staircase, like. We're gonna go out on foot and visit some nearby spots. The reason why I want to go out on foot is pretty much I want to come back with a car. So that we kind of have a junker car in the base, which we can use to level up our mechanics, or which we can use to drive out and scout for good cars, and then leave it behind without feeling bad about it. So yeah, so one thing I wanted to check is if anything respawned here on the gas station. I've got a few friends here. Currently debating, I'm like making a little corpse pile to see if I wanna rip up their clothing for some tailoring XP. I'm not sure yet. So not sure if this was also kind of this respawn because of the mod update, or that might have been just normal zombies migrating in again here, because we're driving up this road a lot. Alright. Food, pen lighter, more food. Way too much food for a single day, but it'll be fine. The other thing I've been kind of internally debating with myself is if I really want to build a huge wall around this whole base, because that's going to take so much time and wood. I think I'd rather just barricade all the windows. And probably not even fully, just enough that I notice when someone is there bashing on it and I can take action. Because I don't want to stay in this town the whole time, right? So once we kind of seen everything, got our skills a little bit up, got a nice car or two, then I kind of want to move on to a different town and explore that a little bit. A huge map, and I think if we're just staying in one spot, we're missing out on things. So those zombies are missing out on getting an axe to the face. Oh, beta blockers. Do I need beta blockers? Am I brave? I forgot what I selected for this character. I'm brave. I don't need beta blockers actually. No, throw them away. Or maybe, I think if it's an extremely large horde, then you still get panicked. So maybe keeping them is not the worst idea. This building is also empty. Like, for some reason, this weird zombie respawn issue was just an issue in my base. I take that personally. I think there's a key on the ground here. Laser. That's this one, I think. No gas. I like how some of these modded cars actually have working things, right? The door actually opens, the trunk actually opens, like you can see things happening. Fancy technology. So my main goal here today is this building. Well, I say today, like in the first part here. Surprised that there's not that many zombies around at the moment. The trunk. We read that. A gas can. Ooh, a fix-a-flat. It's not like we need it right now, but these are super rare, so let's just pick them up. That's another car key over here. And this car has gas. Alright, so this is gonna be our ride home. My so-called junker car, which I will not care about too much. What I should care about is these zombies. Still picking up electronic stuff that I can take apart. It's another skill we want to level up as soon as possible. I was going to say I'm hearing a zombie, but sneaky bastard hiding in that tree. Alright. Let's drop some garbage bags so we can make our rain collectors eventually. Keep our neighborhood clear. Okay. I hear somebody bashing on a window. Oh, I think the window just broke. Just might have been on the other side. Yeah, okay. I was kind of hoping I could keep that intact, but then again, do I care about this building? I guess both doors are closed. Probably best to clear around the building first anyway. We'll go inside. Ooh. It's X level 4 already. Okay. Like it. That's the plan. Today is a major major Xing. Zombies are really kind of not very attentive today. Oh, that's a group. That's certainly a group. I mean, well, you know what? If they don't want to come, let's focus on the boat club here first. So this is the Riverside Boat Club. Oh, rich people boating house. I'm not sure if that's like more a yacht club or more like a, sports boating. It's nobody here you can ask. Really bad service. I mean, nobody here we can ask, but at least somebody we can ask. Never mind. Couch back. Ooh. Found a door that's not locked. Oh, hang on. First things first. Make sure all the other doors are now also on. So from inside in building, you can usually open any door that goes outside, which is generally a good idea in case you need to make a hasty exit. What's this here? That's still fresh. Nice snacks here. Chocolate chip cookie, shortbread, tea bags. Cupcake is already going bad, so I'm not taking that. Completely forgot to refill my water this morning, so don't mind if I do it here. Host key. So all the doors in this building are basically now open to us. Right. Oh, I guess I can only loot these from the other side. Okay. I think that's probably above us, what I'm hearing there. Flour is too heavy. And we can always come back here. Yeah, I think I'm not going to pick up any food right now. Especially not the fresh food. We can come back here. Like, I'm not here for the food. I'm actually, if my memory serves correctly, This place has a bit of a library, and that's kind of what I'm here for. Books, 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 knowledge. And you know what? Coffee. And I'm not taking food, but I'm taking that potato. Because it's not refrigerated here. Could be that it's not upstairs, but it's rather in here. Yeah. Come on. Turning to a zombie on the toilet stall. I guess once you're a zombie, you don't care about it anymore, but still, feels bad. Interesting, completely empty room. Okay. Sign that that group moved any closer. Alright, so check this area indoors, then check back here, then we go upstairs. Is this locker room? Okay. And they are completely empty. Yeah, that might be something worth coming back to and just dismantling all these lockers for metalworking experience points. So at the moment, and there's the next big patch is going to make a big profession and skill revamp, but at the moment the best way to level professions is not by building stuff, but by taking stuff apart. So, you know, if you want to level carpentry, you take apart beds and tables and chairs and stuff. If you want to level metalworking, you take apart metal objects. If you want to level vehicle mechanics, well, okay, no, that's the exception. You take parts away from a vehicle and then put them on again, and you get XP for both tasks.
It is good to see you again.
Hey, Vendrex, how you doing? Cleaning closet, nothing here. No, nothing here that we need. Alright. Don't hear anybody active in the reception. I'm gonna take the glue. I think there's something you can build with glue that's and glue is kind of hard to find. Not to say on the multiplayer server I was playing on, one of my characters died while trying to get some glue from a building. And that's kind of left a deep wound inside me. So now whenever I see glue, I'm like, oh, I need to take that. Or when I need it later, I will die trying to get it. Now, alright. Fancy. A little bit dark here. I could do with a window, right? In that billiard room. It's like it's the outside wall there. I like how I'm not here for food, but my backpack has like 11 capacity already taken up by food items. Huh? Rooms, that's the other staircase, okay. Big here, toy car even. What do we have here? Alright, the dance magazine, we'll take that. Always gotta learn more dances. I think we have a Batman. Let's take... I limit myself to one plushie per loot run. Otherwise, my whole inventory will be full with plushies, and that seems not the most efficient way in the zombie apocalypse. Oh, hi, Mausia. Yeah, I probably you had it on your list for a very long time, because it's like, what, 10, 12 years old or so when it first came up on De Nuvo or whatever that other store was. And it's really lately I've gotten into it a lot, like playing on a multiplayer server and then also playing this single player here. It's kind of really scratching the right itches, you know, a little bit of survival, lots of zombie killing, and a little bit of crafting. And the good old XCOM, like, you know, I want to say, what I'm trying to say here. Iron Man kind of situation, as in, yeah, one mistake and you're dead. So I didn't make a list what kind of books I need. So let's do this. I'm just gonna put all the books into one bookshelf. That helps me not getting duplicates. Well, it probably won't fit all into one bookshelf, but okay, we'll manage. We'll manage, and then I'll see what we take with us home. You know, I keep that in my inventory because I know I want to keep that. Oh, there's the generator magazine. It's already one of the big things I was looking for. That's on my to-do list. Actually, I don't think I can fit everything into this one bookshelf because we're already almost full here. We've got a bunch of duplicates already. So what I can do, because I have a mod that's called Pantry Packing, which allows you to make little boxes of books. So now I have a box here. A box of all 5 farming skill books. So I know farming is done. Anything else that I can box up? Not yet. Also means I no longer need to pick up any farming books from the other shelves. Let's see. Second one is the one I want to move everything to. This is the part that, in my opinion, could go a little bit faster. At least I can speed up time here in single player. I know I need carpentry to fray. So it's gonna take a little bit of time. I'm gonna move those one shelf over. That way from here now I can reach both of these shelves, and then I could say, like, click on the books and see, hey, are there all the books there, so I can box them up and know I have them all? And the answer is, of course not. What are you thinking? All right. One more row of bookshelves. Okay, second one is again the one we want to move everything to. This is actually, like, loot-wise, that's really good what we're getting here. Which is it? I'm doing well. Thanks. Hope you're having a good time too. Right, so now how can I make this the most efficient? I guess, you know, we're gonna do one step at a time here. All these books are now on this shelf. Then I will move all these books as much as I can into that shelf. And then everything that's in this shelf over to this shelf. It's not gonna fit. Son of a... And we're gonna take stock if I have all the books of anything. Okay, mechanics, everything but level 4 is here, and level 4 metalworking. Game is not gonna be nice to me. Okay, I'll do it a different way. I'll forget about this here. First of all, I'm going to quickly read a comic book because my character's getting bored, and, you know, just read a comic book, no longer bored. Fantastic. I'm going to bring the books that I have home, and then at home I'm going to make a list of what I still need. And then we come back here. Exciting running back and forth. But we have that, we can take that new car here. Hello, friends. Just make sure nobody moves in while we're gone. Come on. Oh, my favorite thing lately is watching other people play this a little bit. And then there was one stream I was watching the other day, and, you know, kind of a bigger streamer, a German streamer, like 1,000 people in the chat, and everybody was giving him advice which was just plain out wrong. Like, as in, hey, if you drive with your trunk open, items can fall out, which is complete bullshit. It can't happen, never happens. But they convinced him that he always needs to close his trunk. And then also, oh, you need to turn the lights off or the zombies get attracted by the lights. And I was like, no. Zombies don't get attracted by lights, they get attracted by sound or by seeing you, the player. I was so... I felt like trying to find misinformation, but no chance. So just sat back and enjoyed the stuff. Let's have a quick smoke. I need to clean up our base a little bit after the incidents with the zombies respawning. But yeah, that's not super priority. Okay, let's grab the maps in here. And this stuff and the generator magazine. There. Why did I not put those away? Alright, so we're gonna need... I should probably write that down somewhere. Let me just open... open a notepad. Otherwise, I'll forget that. Okay, we need Carpentry 5. Cooking 5. Technically electricity 2 to 5, but you know, anything beyond 1 is actually not really needed. First aid I don't care about. Fishing 2 to 4. Mechanics 1, 4, and 5. 5. Tailoring is again one of those where I'm like, I don't care too much about the skill, but I guess if it's there, right, then we might as well take 2 for 5 and then trapping 2 to 5. Okay. If I was a smart player, I would have paused the game while checking that, because that was just wasted time. Alright, the quick trip back. I know it's not the most exciting thing, you know, getting that library sorted out, but once it's sorted out, I'll never have to worry about it again. Hang on, I've got mechanics 1 in the inventory. So hey, one item already checked off the list. Then before I go, I have all my electronical stuff in this box. Then I think crafting stuff, yeah. Garbage bags, the fixer flat, whether that was. Place the plushie. Yeah, I'll take care of the food later. Not this car, other car. Let's stuff our face with some cereal while in the car. Gonna open my list here. I'll just go. Okay, carpentry, cooking 5. Cooking 5. There we are. No carpentry. All right, let's remove that. Okay, electrical. 3, 5. 2. Okay, I'm missing 4. Fishing. Let's say 2 to 4. So 3. 2. Any fishing in here? No, I think. Oh, that's 4. Alright, fishing complete. Wonderful. Foraging, we need 4 and 5. We only need 5. Mechanics 4 and 5. Did I pick up there? 5. Yeah, 4 is missing. All right. Metalworking 5. Ring 4, 5, and 2. I'm missing 2 still. Updating my list as I go. And, you know, the thing is, if I tap out of the game, you often get a brief black screen there, so apologies for that, but that's the nature of the game here. Also, I'm putting all the books into my main inventory instead of my backpack, which is just a generally bad idea to do. Alright, and nothing else in trapping. Okay, so let me just grab this 2 here, throw them in there. No, hang on. Trapping 2 and 3, get in there. Oh, I'm missing the TV shows. They should still be running. Damn. Alright, not too late for that. Any magazines here? Farming magazine? Although I did say I don't want to farm in this playthrough. And the reason is, I think it's way too easy to get food and you know, just survive if you're farming. Because farming is super easy, low maintenance. You just, you know, put some seeds in the ground and then harvest a few weeks later or a few days later. So I like the idea of constantly having to scavenge for food. Like, once food runs out, I'm like, oh, I need to go out again, get more food. I can't just sit in my base, do nothing. I'm just checking which one of those magazines I already have or don't have. Magazine, cool. This one also. Alright, we're done. There's not much more time in the day, not much daylight. There's one thing I wanted to do. So if we look at the map of Riverside, then we've never been like in this residential area, and I want to at least drive through that place, those places, to see if there's any of those boarded up houses. So for those not familiar with it, if you find a house that's boarded up with, like, you know, barricades on the windows and stuff, those are so-called survivor houses that have nice loot in them, but also usually a few more zombies than normal houses. But that's usually worth the effort. Yeah, I want to take a quick little joyride here through the city. See what's what. Maybe we even, you know, if we find something, we could do it, or we just, you know, take a note of it and keep it for later. To see if the boarded up windows actually need to see the windows. No, that's normal. Seems normal. That has boarded up windows. Alright, how... Okay. Read. A little bit of greed, a little bit of overconfidence. Like, yeah, I can take 7 of those guys. Sure. We check for stuff. I don't get visited by this guy later on while I'm inside that other building. It's gonna be busy there a while with double barricaded window. Hi. Never do it outside here. There's a lot of banging happening in the building. You know, maybe I'll help you here. No, not that. The door. Of course, the door's locked. Wonderful. I don't like climbing in like this here. Maybe we'll just do the good old Hulk smash. Okay. Gun, motorcycle helmet. Black leather trousers. Ooh. Team leather here. Right, and normally the kitchen is like one of the big loot places. Ooh, a wood axe. Yeah, that I think was one of the... I didn't put it on the to-do list, but that's on my internal to-do list in my mind, because a wood axe is super nice if you wanna, well, you know, chop wood. Surprise. Who would have thunk? A single saw? Okay, this place sucked my loot. Well, except I guess I shouldn't complain. I got the wood axe. Oh, and I'm getting drowsy, so no more looting, just looking. Exactly. Yeah, as a responsible person, I shouldn't also be driving, right? Operating heavy machinery. But I have it on good authority that I will not run into any issues with other drivers on the road. Like, I think the roads are pretty clear. Like, it's not rush hour. It's police cruiser here. Yeah, just staking out what the next raid targets might be here. All right, enough of that. Heading home. Yeah. That guy was a little bit too close to my base. I didn't feel like getting out of the car. Okay. The music boy thinks there's still action here, but I think we should be good. Let's pack away some of that loot. Where's that wood axe? So we're going here then. We have the annotated map, and I think we're keeping all of those. Well, we were keeping all of those in here. Backseat it is. Then, do I have anything here? The pants in there. And the rest was books, I think. Books and food. The glue. Glue in here. Some reason I managed to pick up multiple books here from some of those series, which is not ideal. I think we can also then box up those. Box up the fishing books. And the metalworking books. Well, nice. That's, you know what? Let me just go in here. We did find the generator mech. This shouldn't be so hard. Okay, to-do list updated. Still not paused the game while doing that. That's something like that's gonna get me eaten sooner than later. And that was also dumb. Don't run around in your base. Did you never listen to your parents? Or at least not near furniture. Okay, anything coffee and tea, I'm gonna throw on a separate shelf because these foods have give you back fatigue. So if you're ever in a situation where you're tired and you can't avoid, disengaging from zombies, get that stuff. And you can literally just like eat a tea bag. You don't have to necessarily prepare an actual tea. Although the thought of that, of eating a tea bag, is kind of revolting. But hey, it's not me doing it, it's my character doing it, so don't care. Right. Corpses out of here because I don't want to sleep in there. Just gonna make a nice pile here. I'm gonna probably strip them for tailoring stuff tomorrow. Or maybe today. It's just drowsy, we're not super tired yet. Can still get some stuff done here. By the way, if you're ever wondering how I'm dropping the corpses, so you can right-click drop corpse, but you can also just press one of the number keys on your hotbar, and when he equips the weapon, he just needs to drop the corpse, right? Not enough hands. So that saves me a click or two. How many corpses were there? It's looking like a crime scene here. Spending more time cleaning up the base here in the game than I spent cleaning up my apartment. Well, this time, yeah. Although, I want to say, if I had corpses in my apartment, I would probably also put them away. Well, I could even say, so far, I never let corpses lie in my apartment for an extended period of time. Oh, looking. 9 p.m. Real life. Never had any corpses lying around here for too long. I mean, at all. Anyway. I'm gonna eat half a pack of cereal, and then we're just gonna take an early sleep. That feels so early. I think we're just gonna grab the mechanics book and read until 11 or so. I've read outside, so I'm not getting bored. But oh well. By the way, that's something I forgot to mention. In the previous runs, I was always saying, "Oh, reading feels super slow," and the reason is, by default, the game has 1 hour days, and I changed it to 2 hour days. And the reading speed in this game is determined by how many minutes you need for a page. So just by the fact that my days were twice as long means reading was twice as long, or half as fast. double as slow, whatever. So I did install a mod to basically normalize it again. So I still have slow reader, and reading is gonna take a little bit longer, but not absurd amount of times. Did I put the book away? I did. Hi. Usual morning routine. Continue reading this book. And wait for our morning TV show. It's just commercials. It should be like the cooking show. Ah yeah, blah blah blah. Okay, cooking XP going up. Boredom going down. See you tomorrow. Wonderful. And we completed the book here. Before I head out, I want to know if today is the day where that mysterious helicopter will come, and that we can listen to at 8. So at 8 we need to listen to the radio, see if the helicopter comes. So I'm just gonna collect some more corpses, put them on a pile. Then we're gonna start ripping clothing for tailoring, which, you know, sounds exciting. That would be kind of nice, having some more explosive options against the zombies, but so far... I mean, we do have one shelf downstairs with a shotgun and lots of ammo. But we're more, you know, close and personal. Well, not, you know, not super close, like an X-length close and personal kind of person. That should be, by the way, far enough away from where we sleep so that it shouldn't affect us. Either way, we probably shouldn't spend too much time in here. Although we do have a gas mask, and I do have the mod that gas masks actually affect anything. If you're playing vanilla, if you stay to corpses too close, too long, to too many corpses, too close for too long, a lot of twos in there, then you will get sick. So once you see that little green face on the side, you should get away from the corpses. And in base vanilla, gas masks don't help with that, but I have mods which, you know, which is called working gas mask, because, you know, it kind of, you feel like if it's the air from the zombies that's affecting me, then I should be able to wear a gas mask to prevent that. Kind of. Well, I'm not a zombie virologist, so don't take my opinion as an expert opinion here. Alright, so I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go rip clothing, 64 clothing items. Let's go. Oh, that was already done. Okay, got 5 thread out of that. Well, a little bit disappointing. And I'm not sure if we actually got all of them, but okay, it's radio time. Well, it's radio time in 10 minutes, so. So how much did that actually give us then? Tailoring XP? Oof, 5.8. Whoosh. Almost done. Expert tailor. Garak has nothing on me. Don't start without me and just grabbing a... I don't know. What do we do? Carpentry free. Just grabbing a book. Oh no, it's 8. Won't predict, but an end in the afternoon. Light to moderate rain. That's today. Tomorrow. Nice temperatures. Clear skies. Rain starting in the early morning. Zzzt, zzzt. Okay, so if today would be helicopter day, then it would now say air activity detected, but it says zzzt instead. So, all right. Well, you know what? This is my current book. Place that here. So what am I gonna do then? Okay, since I'm kind of starting a little bit. Others would like to know my location. No, they don't get my location. I'm not actually here. I started a little bit of tailoring. So from the previous zombies we killed, I kind of put some of the stuff in here. Although actually the coveralls I need to put somewhere else. That's the item I want to skill with. So we're gonna position ourselves here where we got these 2 shelves here in reach. And we're gonna do a never rip clothing here. All right. Time well spent. 10 fret. Okay.
Right on.
Well, look, thanks very much for the resub there. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Oh, by the way, we only got 5 fret again because we already had 5 fret. Now, did I... I'm looking for my needle, if I already have one. And my... what's it called? My scissors. Also, since I'm just in the base here doing like skilling stuff. Alright, let's also dismantle all these watches. Dismantle all cameras, all earplugs. That's actually enough. So we need, in order to hotwire a car, we need level 1 electrical, level 2 mechanics. So halfway there. Living on a prayer. Did I even have a needle yet? God, I wish I had some sort of system of organization. In the kitchen upstairs, maybe? The thing is, if I level tailoring, as unexciting as that might seem at the moment, I can upgrade my backpack. That gives me a little bit more storage capacity, which is like the only reason why I'm looking into this right now. If Moment I feel like I'm fairly certain we picked one up, but I have no idea where I put it. This is my first aid stuff. You know what? Screw this. Okay, we're not doing tailoring then. So as I just said, we have, if I want to do, if I want to hotwire cars so I can steal other cars that where I don't have a key for, I need mechanical skill or mechanic skill. So in order to train that, we can either boringly take apart and put together our car, or we can try to find some VHS tapes with like car shows that teach you how to take apart cars. And there is a VHS store in the center of town. Just gonna grab some snacks here quickly. Yeah, gotta watch for our healthy diet. Some chips for the road. Big X might break if we fight too much, but we have 2 backup X's. Hey, Masa, how you doing? There's some Reaper, Misha Eric. Exclusive. Okay. But so the thing is, with the ideas for the new XCOM campaign, right? I don't want to make it too like something like the thing that episode 0 was doing, as in one of each class. Like that takes half a sentence to explain what we're doing, right? If we have special rules for each individual class and special conditions, etc., that's just gonna get too convoluted to explain what are actually the rules of this run. It's like, I want to have some restrictions, but not something where I need a degree in order to understand what the restrictions are. And I'm exaggerating a little bit, obviously. This main street is a little bit, you know, 2 or 3 zombies there. The other thing I was thinking about, did we pay a visit to the police station yet? I don't quite remember. But this would like be the probably the best angle to push towards the VHS store, which is like south of us from here, from this point. So let's get to work. I mean, that would maybe be something for the main street to clear that up. Take out that shotgun. But I mean, I do have skill level 4 and access. And I have skill level nothing in aiming and reloading, so, you know, play to your strengths. The other side effect here of approaching them from this side, first of all, we have that sweet motorcycle there, which we probably don't have a key for, but once we can hotwire... And the other thing is, we have another gas station cleared up. want to push 2 more, but because I kinda killed a bunch of dudes without taking a rest here. And like especially the big axe, the 200 axe, is one of the weapons that will drain your stamina, your endurance the fastest. So let's have a smoke, sit on the ground in the rain, as you do. And spin around. Good enough. Getting some good hits in here, like the extra level of X that we got earlier. I kind of noticed that. I'm just gonna take this ammo here. Okay, so the VHS store is here in this, which is the green thing on the map, this little part of the building. I think I'm gonna clear out those guys, then walk back, bring the car a little bit closer. This is almost done. Just want to check this. These kind of cars have sometimes good stuff in the back. Well, no, it has nothing. All right. Except lured out 3 more zombies. All right. Should be clear up there, so I can run and not worry too much about my stamina. I'm just too curious, yeah. Maybe the key is in the ignition. It is. It just doesn't have fuel. Ooh, motorcycles. Basically no cargo capacity whatsoever, and no protection from zombies. But hey, it's a motorcycle. Fastest way to get yourself killed. Wait, before I drive, I need to check. Did we raid this police station? I really don't remember. I can't say if yes or no. Like, since there are no zombies here, no corpses, I feel like we haven't been here. Especially with the door being closed. Right, so these doors are usually locked here. Okay. So, hello. You have a key for this police station. You look like a police officer. Also, one vehicle key, 2 vehicle keys. What? Just give me keys to everything. Fuel, okay. We got a nice Weewoo car. No fuel though. Oh, hang on. Annotated map for what? West Point. Medical center. Yeah, that's why it's pink. Like, think she left her. Found her walking here. Wasn't carrying gun. Okay, so there's a gun in here. Okay. It's not too exciting. Alright, any zombies around that I can lure into the station to potentially give us some keys? Yes. So what I'm doing here is a little trick. I mentioned before, but if you haven't been here. So any zombie that dies in a building has a chance that to have the key for this building on their corpse. Doesn't matter where they originally came from. That is where they die. Their house key. Just like that, we got the police armory. The full condition Beretta, we take that. That thing has a bunch of attachments on it, you know, we'll also take it. Just throw that all into our trunk, probably. Nice. What's this on the table? Eraser. All that loot in here. I'm still running with the ripped sheets. No wonder. I was like, why is my backpack full that quickly? Yeah. 2 kilos of ripped sheets. And a bunch also. I did have more thread here. I'm getting confused how much thread I actually had. Alright. Anyway. Let's resume project VHS store. For the zoomers out there, VHS, it's like an old school DVD, but hang on now. Do you even know what a DVD is? Kids these days even remember that? hate when the game doesn't like fade out the building so that you can't really look behind. Like it sometimes does that really late, and that's a little bit irritating. That's even worse if you're in a big city with like 5-6 story high buildings. Alright, we're almost there. Couple more. That's a big couple. Might be some in the stores here. Well, the liquor store seems empty. I have a feeling my axe will break in the worst possible timing. Maybe it won't break at all. So I don't think I have a magazine for the Beretta, so that's the first problem. I'm not sure if there was one in there. Like, you can use any gun at any point, but you're not gonna hit anything unless you level up your aiming skill. So I currently have no aiming skill. So you need like level 3 or 4 to start using a Beretta. So at the start you can really only use oh, that's the XCOM. Shotguns don't require any aiming skill, and I think like the basic police revolver, like a 38 caliber, that is also pretty forgiving. Yeah, I do have a shotgun. The problem with a shotgun is it's a little bit loud. So I think the sound radius of a shotgun is like 150 tiles, like with, you know, each square here being a tile. So every zombie in that distance, or it could be 200, I don't know the exact. So you draw a lot of attention. So unless you have like, if you really want to shoot in the middle of a city, you better have like 20 boxes of shotgun ammo. All right, can we just keep the doors closed? Okay. All right, let's see. So I'm looking for, so some are just VHS that, you know, just entertainment, and some will give like the skill, give you skill bonuses. So exposure survival, for example, this is a fishing VHS. What do we have here? Nothing. Come on. Oh, Z Squad. Exactly the one episode that actually gives something. Carzone, that was actually what we're here for. I'll take Mother's Boy. Woodcraft, that gives us carpentry. Carzone episode 1. Ooh. 2 Carzones in a single store. That's a good find. And like when you watch these shows on a TV, then of course it's just gonna play like some text, but all of them have like unique text. Like some of this is gonna be referring to any sort of real TV shows from that time, or even something you might be familiar with. I'm fairly certain that Strangely True is like the is that the same Woodcraft again? Boo. Like, you know, that show, the mystery show, where it's like, oh, did this actually happen, or are we making it up? I'm not sure what the show is called. Woodcraft 3. Well, I'm getting a bunch of good stuff here. Cooking 7, I think yeah, that's the one cooking we have. Okay. Mm-hmm. True Space Crew is probably something like Star Trek. So I could also just take everything, right? And so you can watch those to get rid of boredom. But at the moment, I'm just gonna be here and just looking for skill tapes. Show free. Think anything here? In Toronto, and not to confuse with Sleepless in Seattle. Woodcraft 7 we already have. Show 5. Hitting stuff, shooting at stuff. That's how you train the aim skill. So really, you know, taking a shotgun, getting a bunch of zombies together and just shooting into them, you get your aiming skill up. Now, there's also the thing, like when you start your character with points in a skill, you get a bonus to that skill. For example, I'm a lumberjack, so I started with X skill 1, actually X skill 2, and so that's why I get 100% XP boost to X skills. So if you're, for example, starting as a police officer, they start with aiming level 3 and they get 125% to all XP gains. So it's much easier to get aiming skill if you're as a police officer or as a veteran. I think there's also maybe like 1 or 2 VHS tapes that give that, but I don't know those from the top of my head. Like it's like a Fort Knox training instruction VHS manual or something like that. So the game takes place in 93. I don't think there's a profession here for computer programmer. Not that they didn't exist back then, but maybe not necessarily in the middle of nowhere in Kentucky. I'm gonna take some booze. Don't really care about it. Alright, what's the time? We've got 2:30 in the afternoon. Getting a little bit peckish, so let's have a healthy lunch. Trying to think about what we could still do. Let me just have a look at the map here. So we looked at all of this. We actually, in our little scouting trip yesterday, we didn't drive through this road, didn't drive through over here. So maybe let's complete that quickly. I'm still always on the lookout for more survivor houses, more barricaded houses, for some more weapons, ammo, and other goodies. And also just looking around if there's any fancy car parked somewhere. the most inviting driveway here. I'd say this is probably not worth the trip. Okay. Alright, screw that, we're out of here. It's a shovel. That takes us to that area where we started the game in. Let's do a quick trip up here. It's the only place in Riverside we haven't been to yet. And there's absolutely nothing interesting here. Well, 2 pickup trucks that are not in terrible condition. But I'm surprised we haven't seen a single... So I have a bunch of car mods installed, right? But we've seen, I think, a single car that can be tuned up with some, you know, effort and resources spent in it. That's kind of sad. I wanna get a nice car that we can work a little bit on, armor it up, and then just plow through zombie hordes with that. But soon. Yeah. Can't get everything in the first week. Also, this we need to do. So if tomorrow is not the helicopter day, we might just take the shotgun to the main road here, to downtown. Alright, first things first. Our axe was broken, so we can repair that, but the efficiency of the repair depends on your carpentry skill, and since we suck at carpentry right now, I'm gonna just put that on a shelf and repair it later. It's our last good axe, everything else is kinda crap. Alright, let's put all the VHS tapes that we just looted here. The shelf, and I think we looted a bunch of ammo from the military place, from the military place, police station. I still have enough room here on my shelf, maybe. But see, that's another reason to start spending some shotguns. We've got 27 boxes then, with the 5 new boxes we just picked up. That should be good to get a little shotgun fun in there. Oh, we still have 6 more axes here. All right, guess we're good on axes then. Also, kind of need another place for firearm stuff. Right, and then the tailoring crap. Goes in here. I'm still kind of in disbelief that I don't know where my needle is. Unless I'm carrying a needle around with me the whole time and I just forgot about it. Because, like, tailoring is a one-time thing, right? We probably have enough materials to just get tailoring done and then never have to think about it again. So, kind of want to get it out of the way, even if it's not the most exciting thing to do. Less in my fury to get everything, you know, cleaned up a little bit here, I threw it away. Which, yeah, would be incredibly dumb, so that's why I think that probably happened. No? Well, we've got visitors outside. We're not open for business right now. Alright, where would I put... needle and scissors if I was myself? Oh, crazy over here. I think this was all, yeah, farming stuff. So I'm not even gonna check this. So it really just leaves kitchen, where I thought I checked everything here, but you know. Maybe put it in the fridge. I feel like, you know, do you ever have sometimes where you know that thing is in your house somewhere, but you just can't remember where you put it? It's scary, yeah, how it mirrors real life sometimes. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna spend a day running around my house because I'm missing that one thing. Nah, these are all emptied out. Did I put it in the shelves here with the books? Would seem weird. At this point, I'm kind of also out of containers. Maybe in the boxes, no? Alright, somewhere here's all the medical stuff, yeah. Okay. There's scissors. Can I use a needle? Can I use a searcher needle for tailoring? Let me just rip your clothing. Didn't get any thread from that. Okay, if I were to say my t-shirt, fabric, needle, thread. Okay, I have fabric. I don't have thread. And do I have a needle or not? It's not telling me. What about in here? Okay, now I have Fred. So if it's still grayed out. Okay, then the needle doesn't count. All right, that's at least something to know. So now we just have to find a needle in kind of a haystack of a base. I'm gonna do one more tour downstairs. Like, I haven't been back here in any of the buildings, any of the rooms. Put it in there. Like, this makes no sense. Like, I still have to assume that I do something reasonable. No sense putting it anywhere here. Hey, you see me running around a base. Isn't that fantastic? What about this thing? It's a bunch of weapons. This was a bunch of random stuff. This is spare weapons. Broken weapons. Tools. Tools. This is more like carpentry stuff. There's another pair of scissors here that I hadn't seen before, so it's not out of the question that there could also be a needle in there that I just didn't see in the 5 times I've looked into each chest now. I'm losing my mind in here. Okay, I'm just gonna, after one last check it down here, give up on the needle. Reluctantly, I might add, under protest. And instead, did I read the metalworking book? I did not. Okay. So let's gimme open the box. Put those away again. Then we're gonna take Car Zone Episode 1. Throw that in the player. Press play. Read metalworking and watch Car Zone. Car Zone with Jimmy. Yeah, that's that one mechanic skill. Just losing the nuts, right? Check the car up first. Now, and if we really want to be min-maxy, and I want to be, I'm going to stop the VHS at this point. No, not play. Stop. Because we just reached 2 levels just from watching the first half of this tape. So now we wouldn't get a multiplier because we haven't read the next book. So I'm just gonna put that back on the shelf and we can watch the rest later. And I'm just gonna say I'll continue reading the metalworking book. Now we should be able to hotwire cars with mechanics 2, electrical 1. So any car we come across, we can just cross the wires and drive it home. What's the evening show? I think I'm just gonna fast forward time here, sit outside and read through some more books. So especially in the at the start of the game, at least if you want to work on your skills, you gotta spend some time reading, and it's kind of a little bit of a balancing act between you know, reading, but also making sure your basic survival is taken care of. Like that you have enough food in your base, that you have that you're ready for when the power and the water shuts off. And we're not ready actually for the water shutting off at all. We're ready for the power. We have a generator, we have the generator magazine, so we know how to use that thing. I guess one thing I can still do here with that big pile of bodies, you don't necessarily need the skill. Let's just dismantle all their stuff. And I want to rip apart all the jeans items that they have. Okay. Because then we get denim strips instead of cloth strips, and that's kind of useful. Alright. Munch some more cereal. How we're looking on weight? It's currently keeping the same. Let's see. We're going up. That's nice. Gotta be a little bit careful that we're not overshooting it and then we're getting too fat. And I think I'm a little bit tired already, but I don't want to. You don't want to go to bed too early because then you're just gonna wake up too early. Not that that ever would happen to me. Like if I go to bed too early, then I'm just gonna wake up late and still be tired. I think I'm gonna read until 10. Fine. Put that here again. A little smoke and then head to bed. And we'll see next day if we're gonna have helicopter action or not. First things first, as always. At least in the first. Oh man, this is gonna get me injured. Running in the house and just falling over that edge there. Yeah, in the first week where we still have the TV show at 6, I'm gonna try to take advantage of that. I actually think today might be the last day where this comes.
It is good to see you again.
Hello, Datrix. Hello, how you doing? TV show's over. How I'm looking for this. Almost done with the book. Let's grab that. So we need to wait for 8 to see the weather report, or rather than the report if we have the helicopter. This again, it's a first week thing, right? At least in the settings I have, I'm playing only with a single helicopter a day. So I just need to pay attention to that on the first week of the game. Although I think it's the 16th. 16th is the last possible day where it will come if you haven't had it. So we should be kind of guaranteed to have it today. But just putting it out there, I actually haven't played with the helicopter at all in single player, that is. Yeah, clear skies, periodical cloudy spells, we know that, period of weather, yes, we're sitting in the rain that you're announcing. Clear skies. Alright. The tension is rising. Are you gonna say the words? Zzzt. Zzzt is not the word I was waiting for. Did I miss it? Or am I uninformed about when the helicopter can happen? Bzzzt, bzzzt. I think we're out of the blue here. So still won't have it today. Okay, so in that case, we're going on an adventure. Maybe even find a needle in the process. First of all, let's ditch all the strips. The scissors can go in here, the sheets, the thread, the needle that doesn't actually work. Did I have anything else here? No. Bit of water and have a quick drink. Be the scrap electronics. All right. Ooh. Well, no, that's a question. Do I go on an adventure, or do we grab the shotgun and also go on an adventure? Why do I even ask? All right. So let's put away that axe. Now, do we have a good shotgun? We have a tactical. Red dot, improved scope, choke even, rifle sling, shotgun ammo strap. Alright, that's good. Put that on the back. And it weighs 27. Alright, let's grab half of those. What's that? 20 boxes. If we're gonna do action in the city center, we're gonna have to be prepared for action. Let's open those 20 boxes. Put that on the backpack. Alright. Oh boy. Okay. Healthy breakfast. Now, I was also wondering, instead of driving to the city center, we had a bunch of zombies on the fences here the whole time, but they're gone now. Which is, you know, not necessarily the best thing. They were kind of in a controlled area, and now they're no longer here. Do we just start blasting here? No, I think we punch those here old school. It's just 6 guys. What I'm looking for or aiming for is big groups. Alright, let's park my car here, leave the motor running in case we need a getaway vehicle. Okay, so we've got a group of 4 over there. Probably some stragglers will come in from this direction. And we have huge groups up there. They will probably all hear it when we start shooting. This might actually not be the best position for a getaway vehicle, but you know what? It'll be fine. Alright, hey guys. This is awful. Oh, great. Some are coming from that direction. Alright, let's do a little bit of herding here. And also let's block some of our beaters. Wait. Should have had a smoke before we started the whole thing here. So, like 3 weeks ago or so, we did the same thing. We found a shotgun, a bunch of ammo in Louisville. Got our first character killed that way. Yeah, remember where we parked the getaway vehicle? Yeah. That's we got a little bit away from that position. Yeah, kind of. But I mean, we don't have any aiming skill, right? So that's... You can hit up to 3 targets with this shotgun. And at the moment we're hitting them. Once we get to like aiming 3 or 4, we're gonna be actually hitting 3 and killing at least 2 of them also. So we already made 2 levels in our aiming skill. And 1 level in reloading. Isn't that fantastic? There's our other car and our home. We're just pulling a huge horde towards our base. That's fantastic. That's smart. Weren't even in the city center. No, there's the entrance to the residential area. So we're pulling enemies from there now. This is not good. I'm having some regrets about what is happening here. Because so far I was kind of feeling like the area behind us is you know, free and safe. We've got a place to fall back to. This is over now. This is no longer given. All right, you know, let's have a smoke and think about this. Think about what we've done here. I think my character is thinking too hard about what's behind us. So let's take some more beta blockers. All right, I think we're gonna do. Not gonna be shooting for a hot second here, and just do a little bit of the good old herding. Because nothing else from over there seems to be following. All right. I'm not gonna shoot these guys here. I think we're just gonna now take them all and bring them all the way back. Do we? This was a terrible idea. Who had this idea? Who made me do this? Screw you guys. Stop following me. Pull more out of the woods. It's fine, this is fine. Oh, Aiming level 3. You guys are so screwed now. Or maybe I am. Why are there so many zombies in the zombie apocalypse? Like, this was not on the brochure. I mean, this part of the plan worked, right? So we got our aiming skill up. And I'm sure we killed some zombies. I'm not sure if anyone checked the kill counter before we started. I guess the good news should be that with the higher aiming speed, we should actually make a dent. Dent-ish in the zombies-ish. It's fine. Got a full canteen of water, so we're not gonna die of thirst while doing this. Whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Alright, just gonna hurt them up a little bit more. Thing is, I need like a clear stretch where I'm not gonna back into zombie. Like, this guy is super annoying right now, and these single ones. As long as they are in the ball, I have them under control. But you know, anything that's not in my balls, it's all about the balls. Okay, I think we got some distance here. I've got 400 shells left, right? So that part is not the problem. A little bit concerned because I'm running too much. Ideally, when doing this, you just want to be walking the whole time and just running in emergencies. It's a little bit to go for aiming for. Can I interest you in my ball here? Okay. Join the zombie ball community. No application necessary. Everybody's welcome. That's the other risk. If we like shotguns tend to cripple people, and then you end up with crawlers that obviously have a different speed. Ooh, that was a little bit. I should maybe not have taken that last shot, but whatever. Ba-bum-bum. You know, maybe that's just wishful thinking, but I feel like the ball is getting a little bit thinned out. What's pervitin? What you just mentioned there? Vitamins, alright. I mean, I'm not sure what exactly is in these beta blockers that I'm using. What I'm currently scared of is all the zombies we kind of pulled in with the shots earlier. Like, the whole road will be littered with them. Like, this is not all the zombies we pulled with our shots. Like, all the way from here to the city center will now be kind of infested, including our base. Oh. Shot the full mag. That's a good sign if we get to do that. Also got zombies got this close that I get panicked again here. It's aiming level 4. Well, that was easy. I wasn't even concerned. 750 kills. So yeah, it was 160 zombies or so. I'm a little bit concerned that both doors here are smashed in. Somebody might have decided to wander inside here. I don't want any surprises. Then again, the shots should have put them out. So the reason why I'm often running when I like get to a door or so, if there's a zombie behind the corner, if you're running, you basically shoulder check the zombie and you run through them. As long as it's just a single guy. If you run into multiple, then you might actually trip and fall. But if it's a single guy and you're running, you're shoulder checking them and, you know, making my way downtown. Alright, let's see how this road looks. But hey, how much? 300 shots left. What did we start with? 500, I think. That's not a bad ratio. I mean, it's worse than more than one shell per kill, but still. Let's go to our getaway vehicle. Although I wanna just have a quick look here on the side of the building, that nobody's smashing into my base here. It's looking okay. Over here. Right, one thing I wanted to check. Okay, yeah, so we do have the option now to hotwire cars. Right, cool. Because I used to play, or I had some mods which made hotwiring harder, and I was just wanted to make sure that they are not, those mods are not active. But favorite weapon? Oh, the Mossberg is now my favorite weapon. Interesting. I did not expect that. I was thinking, since we did like 500 kills with the fire axe. Oh, look at those vehicle campers there. I will not use the shotgun though to clear them up. Well, I'm sure nobody will complain that I killed them. At least not the ones that I killed. They can't really complain anymore. Alright, so part A of what we want to do today is done. Yeah. You know, it's barely half the day is over, so there's still a part B that I wanted to do. As I mentioned, I like fixing up vehicles. So what we're going to do here is, first of all, park our main car inside. That was looking annoying. Alright, how's our fuel situation here? Decent enough. Hang on, I should totally, if I do this, so I wanna go get another car. If we're gonna do this, I kinda need a gas can. Full gas can, ideally. Now I wonder if since we killed like 200 zombies, right? There should be significantly less or fewer zombies rather in this area. Not sure how noticeable it's actually going to be. It wouldn't have pulled any from back here, right? This is too far away. I think I took the wrong turn. Coming through. This is what I'm looking for. It is open. It actually has the key inside. I never checked this. Why did I never check that? Like, oh, now that I can hotwire cars, let's go there. I think could have gone there ages ago. Before we start off, let's have a quick look wherever the vehicle mechanics are. I guess on the side. Yeah, makes sense. Does it not open up? Oh. Needs a little bit of love, I'd say. Oh, those tires. Oh, those brakes. Oh, those suspensions. But yeah, so you can see, like, this is a modded car where you can install protection for the wheels. Protection for left side front. Side top. Protection for sleeper. Okay. Roof lights. So yeah, we can pimp that up a little bit. Oh, there's like 10 zombies around the corner. I'm not gonna honk the horn. Don't even think about it. Not happening. Maybe later. Sweet. That thing drives. Yeah. It really takes the corners as if you were driving an old washing basket. Hang on, before we head home. I want to check this police barrier there. Those police cars. Hello, officer. Should have worn the X-proof vest, not the bulletproof vest. Illogical. Hello there. Yeah, should it be called kills if we're, you know, killing something that's already dead? The undead. Can you kill the undead? Is it... What's the better term here? Well, I think the game calls it zombies killed, so... Right? I mean, I'm not a zombieologist, so don't take me as an expert. Oh, that's a revolver here, but that's in half condition. No, we're not taking that. And yeah, if, you know, lights would attract zombies, wouldn't there be a huge group of zombies around this constantly flashing light here? Come on, you gotta be kidding me. Open sesame. Can I not smash in that rear window here? Smash in front window. Dude, just get inside. Alright. Summer 9mm, another decent condition Beretta, annotated map from March Ridge. If you can make it here before I turn, there's something here to help. You find my body here. Yeah. No, thanks. Turn that off. Ooh, that's some ammo. And a rifle. Be a responsible person. Let's close the trunks here. If I really wanted to be a responsible person, could hotwire this and then drive it out of the way. If it has fuel, which I didn't check. And if I can actually get the hotwire done. We just get a car and tow it out of the way. Alright, maybe we do that another time. My patience has run out. And also I left the motor on, so I didn't want to come back to a car that has no longer any fuel in it. Okay. Whoa, whoa. I don't trust this piece. Let's go out here. Max zoom. Nothing coming there, nothing coming there, nothing coming there. Alright. Yeah, that takes a while to fuel up this thing. That's for sure. That was not quite the center. Oh, alright. Oh, I'm gonna have fun with this car. I can already feel it. Should have parked it in this spot. Oh well, whatever. Because at the moment, like, we need to fix that up, right? This is not in a good condition to drive it around. Especially, I think the engine. Let me check that again. Alright, so the engine is, well, it's actually at 84%, but only 42 quality. Quality is like, it determines if it will start when you turn the key. The windshield is concerning, that can break fairly easily with 27. And yeah, some of those tires at below 30%, that's just asking for trouble. Interestingly, no, it's a heavy-duty vehicle. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit of work. Bring away our loot, namely this. Come on, there we go. This Barbaretta we found, that Ruger, 308 ammo. And the stuff that's actually useful goes in here. So now that we have aiming skill, well, actually, it's like aiming 4 is enough that we could use Berettas, but I would really prefer if we had a silencer for that thing. I think for now I'm gonna pack away our pew-pews. that key away. Okay, we got a little bit of time left, so I'm gonna go on another very quick adventure. Since we just got rid of our trash car to get a car home, let's get a new trash car. Also, there's 2 zombies here. Hello. Pleasantly hot. Yeah, I've been running a little bit too much today. So if I remember correctly, we had a key to this blazer, it just didn't have any fuel. So, see if I can quickly fill that thing up also here. Right. So we can take another trip to get another nice car home then with this car. And I already know where I want to go. Actually, let's... Since it's for the trip anyway, let's just throw that gas can here on the passenger seat. And we're just home in time for our favorite TV show. Not Tux the Bear. It wasn't the voting spot for Pamela. There, back to nature, exposure survivor. What do we do when we're thirsty? Rain collectors. Oh, that's probably carpentry XP, yeah. Oh, and I have the book read, so we get the full bonus. But that was it already. Alright. That was slightly disappointing. But you know what? Let's... Since we got all those tapes from our trip to the VHS store, let's watch Woodcraft, at least either until we run out of tapes or until we reach level 6. This is Woodcraft 2. 3, 6, and 7. I don't like that it's playing combat music right now, because that's kind of not what you want to hear when you're sitting in your base reading books and watching tapes. That's episode 3, episode 6. Don't stop. And of course, you know, while watching a show about carpentry, you read a book about vehicle mechanics because, you know, multitasking. It's kind of not as much as I was hoping for. Let's finish reading this book. Okay, so we've got mechanics here. Get that away. Put that away. All right, so we're gonna watch one more tape, and that is Z Squad. Now, what could Z Squad be referring to here? Problem no one else can solve. Maybe you can hire the Z Squad. Locked in a barn. Mid odds aren't too good. Isn't that an old Franklin in the corner? The welding, clanking, hammering. That gave a little bit metalworking, a little bit mechanic XP. Gunfire. Keep firing, shoot them. Performs to be. I'm just missing the I like it when a plan comes together, right? That's I think in the other episodes of the series it comes it's mentioned, but you know, it was kind of missing it. You know what? What am I gonna do here? Let's, you know, I feel like spending the rest of the evening watching tapes here since we got them. And can we start reading anything already? Which makes sense. Yes, let's just read foraging tool. Yeah, alright. Okay, we already watched part of this, but I think the end of the episode should still give us some mechanics. Right, you're doing everything wrong. Yeah, there was one tick of mechanics too. Alright, level up. Right, and Jimmy in the car zone. Wonderful. And then we have one more car zone tape. Depending on how much that gives, I'll have to stop it again so we're not wasting it. Ah, no. Didn't quite get there. 586 out of 750. Alright. Okay. We can still, you know, eventually maybe we find episode 2. But we can also, you know, level it normally by actually doing mechanics and not just watching on TV. Kids these days. I tell ya. Alright. Good old evening smoke. Do we have anything left to eat here? How's my weight? Weight is still going up. So if we wanna, let's eat something light then. Heavier. An apple? An apple. It could be, since we were kind of very early in bed there, that we wake up before our alarm goes off. Oh yeah, that's actually not good. Especially if we have helicopter day, that's not great. So maybe, in that case, do I have any cups which I can prepare a tea in? I don't think so. Yes, I can. No, I think you need. Okay, let's go to crafting menu. Go here. I think it's like hot beverage. No? Do I maybe not have the skill to do that? God. Not hotties. Hang on. Do we maybe just really not know how to make a tea? The Good Cooking magazine. Yeah, I've read both of those. Okay, you know, what I mentioned earlier, you don't have to make a tea. You can just chew on the tea bag. So in case, and I'm fairly certain we get the helicopter today, in case we get tired, we can chew on some tea bags. That's fine. Just gonna make us thirsty, so let's make sure we're topped off here. Drink, fill. Most important thing, if you wake up early, turn off the alarm. Yeah, I'm just going to do some light reading here until we get to the 6 a.m. show, and then we're going to head onto the road. Unfortunately, there are no books like for aiming, reloading, and that kind of stuff. 99.4. Because instead of waiting here until the radio comes at 8, we're going to go head onto the road. Because I kind of expect it to be today anyway, so might as well already head out. So my plan for the helicopter is to be all the way out on the very far end of the map, far away from the city, so we're not drawing any zombies from the helicopter noise into the city. And preferably like on an empty stretch of road with fields around with no zombies in the area. You know, not asking for much. Okay, and I'm not sure if there's going to be a cook show today. Show for that matter. Oh yeah, there's a cook show. Rabbit stew. See you all tomorrow. Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, that was the wrong shelf. No. Oh, my order. All right. Let's bottom and stress. The comic is gonna give me some happiness. Yeah. Just gonna grab 2 comics. If we're gonna chew on tea bags, We need something to make up for that. And we need a new lighter or to refill that. I think my cigarettes and lighters are in here. I not have a spare lighter here anyway. Yeah, but that's half full. Yeah. Time to head out. Oh, I think... Do I take the other car? Yeah, I think I'll take the other car. Ooh, did I pack any food? No. Got plonkies, we've got 2 cans of corned beef. Let's grab 2 apples or so. I need to install like a sheet rope so that we can just climb up and down the stairs here instead of running around the long way each time. And a banana. It's way too much food for a single day, but it's fine. Okay, let's turn on the radio. Make sure we got the emergency channel here. No, it was 99.4. Emergency channel. Safe. Tune in. It's gonna visit for the whole time. Alright. Bye, Riverside. I hope I'll see you tomorrow. Or maybe later today, depending on how long the helicopter is there. Also, this car is it's fast. I think I mentioned that before. On multiplayer servers where I usually play, there's always a server-imposed speed limit. Like, you can't go faster than 50 or 60 usually. Because otherwise the server couldn't keep up with like 40 people driving around town with 80. That would just require too many updates from the server to be sent to all the clients, so that's why there's usually speed limits. Which is also great because it helps you to keep yourself alive. But in single player without a speed limit, oh boy. I might have died maybe one time, maybe 10 times from just, you know, driving my car into a tree that suddenly came out of nowhere, jumped into the middle of the road. Like, trees are really assholes like that. Sorry. I mean, why even drive on the road if all the zombies are on the road, right? Holy crap. That's not an accident that you want to see. Two propane tankers driving into each other. Way too many accidents on this road. Alright, keep on driving. I mean, this looks like a fairly empty area, but I have something else in mind. Holy, what happened here? Yeah, don't mind me. Sledgehammer, but I think we already have one. Not to say I'm fairly certain we already have one. Alright, so if my memory serves correctly, if we drive along this highway a little bit, we should get to an area that's relatively open and relatively free of zombies. Well, you know, except for huge groups of 20 in the middle of the road. But other than that, basically empty. Activity detected. So today is helicopter day. So I guess kind of maybe here. Oh, there's still a few. They're a bit away from Riverside. Oh, that's actually too many for my liking. That's when I think, oh yeah, this looks like a good area to just chill in. It's like, no, there's 10 zombies in the trees. They will all come for you once the big boy in the sky makes the noise. How far are we driving here, though? Thinking we're probably soon at the rest stop, and that's actually a fairly busy area zombie-wise. Just actually drive to the other side of it. Turn around and drive in the other direction towards the edge of the map. Yeah, I think that's a better idea. So the helicopter can, at earliest, as far as I understand, come at 9. So we have like an hour to find a nice place where there are not too many zombies. Oh, sorry. Won't happen again. Ominous music. Yeah, just stay here. Clean out that whatever is in the area right now, and then we'll wait. Don't see anything pulled in behind us right now. Don't like the car because you can miss the door if you're too close. Now, you might ask, as a new player, you know, the whole helicopter thing, how are you supposed to know that? And the answer is you don't. And that's why I think it sucks as a game mechanic. And that's why usually in the past always played with it disabled. Like the game doesn't tell you anything. Like to get this emergency broadcast signal and realize that it will warn you about the helicopter with this ominous air activity detected. That's a bit of a stretch. Take more here. The hell is mime outfit? Still think those zombies should like stop in front of you and like start bashing the air as if they were stopped by an invisible wall. The only thing the helicopter does is it hovers basically above you and makes a lot of noise. If it sees you, right? So it kind of is looking for you. It's more like a news helicopter that just wants to film you, and by their presence being above you, it's gonna pull in zombies from a fair distance away to your location. So one way to survive this is also just when you know it's helicopter day, you can stay inside in a room without windows or with the curtains closed or anything, and you just say, yeah, I'm not gonna go outside today. Bad weather. And then it might only like do a few passes, but it won't just hover over your area. These are all the zombies we pulled in ourselves, right? By honking the horn earlier. Yeah, it's really just a nuisance, but it's like it pulls zombies from really far away. Like if we stayed in our base and we weren't aware that this was happening and the thing started hovering over the base, pretty much the whole town would come in that direction. So like the idea is either you find a place where there are no zombies nearby that it can pull in, which is what I'm trying to do, or you just get in a car and the whole day you're just driving around, so that yeah, there might be zombies, but I'm driving. I'm keeping on the move. They won't catch me. I think we're pretty much in the clear now. By default, it only happens once. You can... So, the one thing I would give it, even though, as I said, I kind of don't like the event, and I think it's a little bit bad game design, it gets you out of your comfort zone, right? So it kind of throws a wrench into your plans, so you need to adjust whatever you're doing. So a lot of people play then with it, the option of it happening in multiple times, where like every 15 to 20 days it could happen again. So you end up just every day listening to the radio, making sure that, you know, it's not an air activity day. And that's also on the multiplayer server where I'm playing. It's also what's happening there. Although on the multiplayer server, like one option is, oh, it's helicopter day, I guess I log off. Let the other players handle it. It won't find me or go to my base if I'm not online. It's of course a kind of the lazy way around it. I never really thought too much about it because I always thought it's like a virus specifically targeting humans. So I wasn't a fan of, like, zombie dogs and this kind of stuff, where I think it's much more interesting if it really only affects humans. But of course, if it would affect everything, you're just screwed, right? Insects, zombie insects, it's not gonna be a good time. So, what am I going to do now here? So every full hour could be the hour when the helicopter comes. There are more dudes. I think I'm gonna honk one more time here. I saw some more dudes in the trees up north. Go back to the good old wood axe. Hey, Scott Oaks. How you doing? I hope that was the... You were asking me about the mod earlier, right? Hope that was the right one. I think in terms of zombie lore, the way they handled it in this game, it makes... I think it just makes more sense, where the zombie virus is actually airborne, so you're not gonna have this, hey, the military would never get overrun by zombies. Well, they just got infected by the airborne virus, and it's just the small percentage of the population, including the player character, is immune to the airborne strain. Like, they're not immune to the strain that is comes with bites, but to the airborne one. And that kind of fills all the plot holes that you usually have in zombie situations. I always feel like if you have like Walking Dead kind of zombies, real organized military, I'm not sure how they could be defeated by those. Except, of course, you have the other psychological aspects, right? Zombies coming at you, but they're actually your family, and it's like, oh, we're not gonna shoot them, and yeah. Or the typical one dude hiding the bite that he got, and then you have a zombie inside the base and all that stuff. But alright, we're gonna have a chopper here or what? Yeah, you can already see it's going to be a very boring chopper because we really lured out everything in a huge radius with our car, and nothing's gonna come. Maybe. I don't know. So the one chopper where I was actually online for on our multiplayer server, it completely caught me off guard. I wasn't listening to the radio for the announcements, and I was just sitting in my base doing some stuff. I don't know. I was working on vehicle mechanics, right? So I also had all my weapons, all my stuff put in a box, so I could carry like tires and shit for vehicles. So suddenly I hear the chopper sound above, and I'm like, oh crap. Ran to some box, picked up a pistol, ran to my car, and left my base. But at that point, it had already hovered like a few minutes above base, and I saw some zombies coming in, and I drove off, honked a few times, trying to pull them away. Right, drove outside of the town to a field, killed a few zombies there, and then waited there. And I think until the next morning, pretty much, killing a few zombies, driving away a little bit more. So that kind of thing. And then when I got back into town where my base was, there were a lot of zombies on the streets, and I was slowly, again, without any ammo, or only with limited amount of ammo, like slowly fighting my way back to my car and back to my base. And that was going well until I reached my actual base, and there was a huge horde in front of it, like an immense number of zombies. So I ran away. I got some bodies that were online to help, and we fought the way back to the base. So I had to re-clear again. Got there, and the server had to restart in between. So then we got to my base, and the front was completely empty. And it's like, oh, I guess the restart must have filtered them out or so. So they drove off. I started to go into the base. I hear some hammering, and I see the whole huge horde of zombies was just on the other side of my base, tearing down my walls, my windows, everything. And it took us an hour to clear the whole place again. Like, they were coming out of the woods. Like, whenever we thought we had cleared another 50, 100 zombies would come out of the woods there. So the helicopter must have pulled in insane amounts. And yeah, my beautiful base was kind of demolished. So I had like a huge mansion with like floor height windows, and those were all broken at the end, and they can't be replaced. That kind of sucked. But everybody got out alive, so that's the most important thing. All right, I think I'm gonna fast forward time here a bit. So it's 12 now. I should have brought a book that I could read. Not a comic book, like I should have just read Farming Level 2 or whatever. So that's the thing, it's random, right? It can come usually at any full hour of the day. And I think until 9 in the evening. So 2100. And it can also come multiple times. It might only come once, it might come up to 4 times in a single day, I think. So it kind of steals a lot of time from you. I was hoping it would come and we would be done. I'm kind of debating now, do I just sit here and fast forward time, which is boring but safe? Or do I drive around and kill some more zombies in the area? You know, I think I go with the boring and safe method here. Alright. 1 p.m. Almost. More in the trees? No, no. Nobody there. Nobody above. Oh, what a waste of a day. Yeah, you definitely will hear it. That's why I'm kind of leaving the car and going a few feet away so I don't hear the motor sound. Alright, yeah. I'm just gonna drive a little bit in this direction. There was this huge group of zombies on the road somewhere, and I want to kill that. That's not what I was referring to. Concerns me, I was really hoping the helicopter would come early, right? Because we woke up so early. And if it comes when we're already tired, that sounds like it would suck. Doesn't come at the next full hour, we might just take a half-hour nap or so. That's the group I was looking for, alright. Yeah, we should be able to kill those in half an hour, that's not a big deal. Maybe a medium-sized deal. Where do we start? Alright. Large backpack with some extra supplies inside. Alright. And the leather gloves are also still good. Alright, cool. Dismantle any watches. I completely forgot I actually need level 2 electrical, not just level 1. Mid-term. Yeah, I'm gonna kill these 3 and then drive back to our old spot. Turns out, just driving by this road pulled a bunch more zombies onto the road. Ooh! Zombies on the road, a bit of a hazard. There he is. Okay, if he's just drawing singles, then we kill them. If it's gonna get too much, we jump in the car and start driving. If he doesn't draw in anything, then even better. Yeah, so by the way, you will not see the helicopter. There are mods that, like, there are mods for everything in this game. As like the modding community is like XCOM levels of creative here. So there's one very popular mod is like expanded helicopter events where you can have first of all multiple helicopters. You can have friendly helicopters that, you know, drop a care package, friendly helicopters that shoot some zombies, which, you know, is friendly but also draws in a lot of attention. Aggressive helicopters that shoot you, and like all different kind of helicopter events, and then also helicopter crashes where you then can find the helicopter wreck on the ground and get some supplies out of it, like salvage that a little bit. I think my plan of going into an area where there's no zombies left to be pulled in is kind of working almost too good.
Groovy.
Hey there, thank you for follow, Basin. I'm nervous. I'm nervous that this is working too good. Like, I'm just waiting for the huge horde of zombies suddenly coming through the tree line or down the street or whatever. That's the most uneventful helicopter event I've ever had. Well, also kind of the only one. Oh, he's coming back. Staying around for another pass. Oh, there's a zombie. Oh, 2, 3. Anything in the north? No, no. Anything east? Okay, 4. The hordes are coming in. I think, yeah, you know, sitting here, honking and killing stuff preemptively was a good idea. in terms of survival. Maybe not in terms of having some action for the stream, but in terms of staying alive, probably a good idea. And you see there's one guy coming in now from the north. And you know how long we drove, right? Where the last zombie was we saw in the north. Concerned about getting this far away from my car. So that's... I'm not gonna chase that guy that's coming there. Let's go back. And have a banana. There's a couple guys here. For swing. Now, interestingly, because they haven't seen me, they're more now going to the sound of the helicopter and not coming directly for me. They'll notice me soon enough. Okay, there's one more coming there, and there's like 6 or so north of me. Dude. Getting a little bit unsettling, the numbers. Or rather, the way they are surrounding me in a white arc here. It's gone again. Is he coming back for another pass? That's the big question. He's coming in for another round. See, like 3, 4 guys in this direction, another 4 down here. Like, this is all manageable, but you can only see this far, right? I don't know what's behind these trees. Don't know what's in these woods. No, flares don't exist. And again, like it's not a... you cannot interact with the helicopter in any way. In the base game, at least. Like, even if I had like a high-powered rifle or something, I couldn't shoot at it. Can't use my radio to contact it. It's really just... like, effectively, it's just a sound event. Very annoying one, I admit. That's not a good sign. Moderate exertion. Okay, first of all, let's go to the other X. Yeah, maybe it's time to stop the fighting. Because once you start to get exerted, you do like 25% less damage. So you kill slower, you need more swings to kill something. Which means you get even more exerted, because, you know, more swings, more stamina cost. Get to the next level of exertion and the next level. Is he buggering off, or is he coming around for another pass? He's coming around for another pass. When did the helicopter start to notice us? At 3, I think? So sitting in the car should have allowed us to recover some of that exertion. Actually, you know what? Okay, it's probably time. Let's eat one of the tea bags. Some of that fatigue. Bunch coming from the north now. I think we can kill them quickly enough. It's, again, too crowded for my taste. Come on, come on. Nah. I was mentioning that earlier. That problem with that car, that the zone where you press E to enter the car is kind of weird. I'm just gonna chillax back to the old spot. If that still is viable, because there's a lot of doing. Like, look at that. We had remained here and tried to fight all of this. And he's coming around for another pass, I think. I'm getting a little bit uncomfortable with the amount of zombies in this area. I think I got the message, Mr. Helicopter. You can kindly F off now. Respectfully. Where did that guy come from? Okay, I think he's leaving again. Really making another pass? Kidding me. I mean, I'm giving them a good show, right? So... That's not good. I allowed them to get between me and the car. Two more? Okay, we can take two. So here's the next question. Did anyone look at the kill counter at the start of Helicopter Day? All right. I don't think he's coming back. So we have a little bit of time left in the day here, a little bit of daylight. So I want to try one more quick thing, which might not be quick at all. That is driving to a place that usually has some nice cars and trade this thing. You know, this is done as a good service here, right? Trade this thing in for one nice vehicle, one nicer. I mean, I'm still like on the fence about the helicopter event. Like it certainly added some tension. It brought me out of my comfort zone, that's for sure. And having to this kind of fight situation that was lasting for like 3 in-game hours, 4 in-game hours. You know, not just that doesn't just make your character nervous, but it's also like made me a little bit nervous, and you know, I don't want to say tired, but you know, it's a lot of focus that you're using then to make sure you're constantly looking around, trying to get the zombies, seeing which one do I need to kill that next, so that they're not getting between me and the car. But yeah, I'm not so sure how keen I am. Like if I had the option of multiple helicopter events in the game, it's like every 2 weeks doing this kind of stuff. Would become tedious, and on the other hand, I am playing here on a no respawn world, right? So if we next helicopter go to the same area again, at some point we can just sit there and nothing will happen, right? Because everything in range has been killed and it's not respawning. There's some migration happening, some zombies walking this area, but like I don't think it's going to be this intense next time around. Right. Kinda almost in the right area. So we've been here last time. This is the what's it called? Storage units. And just southwest of here is I think a golf course and like a super like rich people living area, country club, and that's where I'm headed. The parking lot of the country club. This is not it, but hoping that I'm not gonna be tired, because we did eat it. We have one more tea bag, worst case. Oh, there's another survivor group. Oh, inconvenient. Super effective fence. Hello, Commander Emily. How's your day been? How's the terror from the deep going?
Raiders roll.
Oh, there's also a raid from Commander Emily coming in. Hello, thank you very much. Hang on. In that case, I mean, I should maybe just give you a shout out anyway, but let's give you a proper shout out here. For anyone not following Commander Emily, please click that link, follow along there. Oh yeah, that sounds like the typical Terror from the Deep experience. I saw something on was it on Reddit today where I was thinking about your Terror from the Deep playthrough? I don't remember what exactly it was, but I was reminded of that. So hello everybody, welcome on in. Unlike usually, where I'm also in the XComs, today is my zombie day, and we just survived the not attack but the annoyance of the helicopter event, and I thought I'd use the rest of the day to spot myself a nice car, and there's only trash here. Well, not necessarily trash, but not the droids I'm looking for. I don't think this is the right path. This leads to the stables. We don't want horses, we want cars. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to catch up with chat while driving and avoiding zombies and avoiding trees. Like the zombies are mostly stationary, but the trees really often jump you out of nowhere. That's like my biggest threat, my biggest enemy here. Just gonna drive to the... Where am I even driving? I thought I knew this place. Doesn't look like there's another parking lot which I'm currently looking for. I'm just, dragging all the zombies of this area behind me and all of that. Typical, the most important thing we need to survive a zombie apocalypse is a nice sports car. Yeah, that's a responsible way to handle this. It's gonna be the last road that I'm taking here in my quest for better transportation. And it's freaking empty. What the hell, game? Maybe something hiding here behind the building? No. Alright. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. And now the music guy even gives up here. Sorry. I hope he didn't get my license plate. Okay, one last chance. So part of this country club is a car is in a bad position for me. So there's a residential area here with like luxury houses ish. And maybe they have something parked out front. Completely irresponsible what I'm doing here. Like, am I throwing away my run here just for the chance to get a nice car, even though we don't even have the mechanic skill to fix it up yet? Okay, nothing in the driveway here. Yeah, I need a quick pause. Have a look at chat. Did you get retarded by blaster launchers? Didn't you just start the campaign? A terror from the deep is really terror, huh? In here. Oh boy, there's a RV on the road there, blocking the way. There's a motorcycle there, really game. I wonder if I screwed something up with my mod settings, that the cars I'm looking for might not be even spawning or something like that, because this is insane that I'm not getting any of the nice cars. And now we're also getting drowsy, tired. I really didn't want to drive home and bring this one back home, but there's nothing worth picking up so far. Holy shit.
Right on.
Yeet.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good at all. Hang on. All right there. Thanks for the resub. Who was that? Chat. Hello, hello, hello. Thanks for resubbing. Alright. Let's leave this cursed place. As long as we still can. Look, I'm just looking for the best car in the game. Is that too much to ask for? And then again, if I put it that way, maybe it is. Let's keep popping vitamins, keep popping pills, yeah, so we're not too tired. Not given up fully yet. I've got 90% given up, especially with all the dudes I have to drive through. This car will not, like, this was not in good condition when we got it, right? And I'm not treating it super nice right now. I'm gonna do, as the final thing of this in-game day here, a drive-through of the trailer park. Now, trailer parks are not known for having people with fancy rich cars, probably. There's a trailer spawned on the trailer park. Not even a real car. Someone pulled a trailer there. And the other thing I'm looking for is if there's any barricaded trailers, you know, similar to the survivor houses. They're basically survivor trailers with extra fancy loot, but I'm also not seeing any of those, so game is just really giving me the finger today. Something here outside the diner? Nothing, alright. Factory parking lot? Completely empty. Maybe I screwed something up with the world settings that I have car spawns at super rare, super low. What a disappointing car trip this was. Yeah, it's also 10 in the evening here. I really need to get back to base. I'll do one trip around the junkyard here. I know that we've run through this place. Can I actually get around this? Like a glove. I just wanna have a peek inside if there's maybe, you know, a diamond in the rough. But yeah, no, there's a fuel train tanker. It's the only thing worthwhile. Okay, so my desire to get better transportation is not finding fulfillment today, and that was my desire to press the right buttons here. Alright, let's head back to base. Well, a bit of a road trip. Home, sweet home. Don't think anyone followed us. Nice fade from the music there. Alright. Smoke. Package, how we're looking. We're not gaining weight anymore. 79 is okay though. Do we have... Maybe grab an apple? Right, this is my base. This is the fire department in the nice city of Riverside. A little bit big for one person. But, you know, so far we've managed to keep it somewhat clear of the brain-eating enemies. Yeah, so we do have actually for the truck trailer, we have the truck to pull those in our garage downstairs. It's just in a terrible condition. We need to kind of fix it up. Considering we got to bed this late, we're kind of up early here. All right, since we just had a raid coming in and I don't have work tomorrow, I think I'm going to do one more in-game day here. And we're going to do a road trip again. Pack some food for the road, you know, 3 apples. A potato. Big question. So I'm kind of still speculating on finding a better car. Yeah, I want to get rid of the leather gloves. Keep the rest on us. I think I need to bring the sledge. Okay, that splitting axe has seen better days, so let's get rid of that. Right, so plan here. We look at the world map. Our little town of Riverside. If we leave the town in this direction and follow this road, there should be like a military installation here. I've actually never been inside. Just driven past it a few times on the multiplayer server and cursed about the huge amount of zombies on the road there. So that sounds like a fun little trip. There's an argument to be made that maybe I should have brought some firearms, but I still stand by my decision that okay, we're gonna start using more firearms if I find some silencers, because man, that was a shit show when we did the shotgun training earlier today. There's a fair amount of zombies out here in the fields. I would have thought this area was a little bit quieter. Well, the problem is the axe can run out of durability and break. Then again, so can, like, the shotgun can also break before it runs out of ammo. Or run out of ammo and then break, or, you know, just screw you over in multiple ways. Am I right? This is not the right way. I think this is the way. Doo-doo-doo. Question is it the right way or the left way here? Alright, let's head this way. I think it's the other direction. Alright. Any zombies around? No? Okay, quick look at the map. Oh yeah, there's already a building. Oh, and there's fencing. Military fencing. I didn't even see that before. There's just a minor problem. Yeah, this is all blockaded here. This is fine. Where do we get out of the freaking car? Okay, I think we're gonna drive this way because this was pretty empty. Yeah, let's actually park in this direction. Ah, showtime, ladies. This is some spice to be had here. Good for now, we're good. Oh, well, is that some sort of special zombie here? A prepper. Prepper vest, prepper jacket, prepper flashlight. Sure, we take the ammo, we take the mag. Just gonna take a quick breather here. A bit concerning, a lot of people with school bags here. School backpacks.
Groovy.
BF Omega, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Alright. So what do we have in here? A few friends. There's another gate there, but I think they can bash through this. Like, if I open this up by hammering out this stuff here, kind of opening the floodgates a little bit. So I probably, two things. I want to make sure this area is clear, so I want to clear out this group, and I want to bring my car closer. The groovy thing that I'm seeing is this dude has a military backpack, which is the best backpack in the game you can get. Like, highest volume, highest weight reduction. So that would be definitely an upgrade over the one we are currently using. Where did you guys come from? Oh, I like those sneakers though. What am I wearing right now? Military boots. No. Green sneakers? A poppin'. Hearing somebody, yeah, I was going to say. I'm gonna park here. This direction. I got two dudes coming in. Alright, so instead of removing the barrier, we can remove the barrier later if we want to drive in and out. I think for now we're just gonna go into destroy mode, get out the sledgehammer, and get like one little entrance here. That should be good enough. This should also be away. This should be back in there. The X back out. All right. They're really super careful here, like running all the way back until I got my stuff sorted out. Alright, just one dude. Okay. Can you ask the guy with the backpack to come over here? That's a clown zombie with a balloon. Just what you would expect in a military base. Bunch of clowns. Really? Why did he go even further away? Game really hates me. Alright, let's pull a few from this side then. Yeah, I think that's... We got the attention of a few on the other side of the fence, but they can't really get to me right now. Okay, just gonna go outside. Stand ground, recover stamina. It's important that you're you know, give them a chance to consider their options and then ask them some more questions. Some hard-hitting questions that have been asked. Cigarette break. I'm not even sure what I want more right now, that military backpack or the clown outfit. There was the idiot bashing through the door inside there for the last 15 minutes. Or maybe not, they're still busy. Okay, 4 more. Oh, that was... really badly timed swing to start off with, but we're still okay. Still in this, clown is coming, okay. Don't... clown is coming in first. Alright. You're gonna get pushed. No, you're gonna get pushed. So you're gonna get pushed. And stomped, because I don't want to ruin the outfit, right? If I hit him with the axe, that can damage this. Clown shoes, clown top. Nose, no clown nose. There's the clown nose, alright, and the clown hat. Wonderful, I call that a successful raid. I think I just cracked the 1000 hours. I mean, the game's been... I'm not sure how long it's been on Steam, like 10 years or so. It's like the longest early access game on Steam. A lot of that time was spent on not actually knowing what I'm doing. I want the military backpack on my back. Or then I need the other backpack in somewhere in my inventory now, shouldn't I not? Oh, it's on the ground. Yeah, sure. Just leave it behind. Everything in here. Go into the mini backpack. Yeah, I heard you like backpacks, so we're gonna put the backpack into the backpack. That's scary. Some guys coming around the outside, I didn't get through the door. Ah, U.S. Army property, no trespassing. Oh, I'm sorry. Huh? Yeah, I guess we opened the door here. Did you guys not read the sign? No trespassing. You shouldn't be in here. Just taking care of law and order. Rubber duck. Man, this is fantastic loot we're getting here. Also, a bunch of military. Well, one military loot cabinet. Cold Commando. 3 different Mossbergs, Remington. 8x scope. Yeah, not exciting loot. And we're actually almost full on loot right now, so we should probably throw some stuff. Oh, hello. That looked like bookshelves. We got almost all the books we need. Not even expecting anything here, but now it's full of ammo and weapon attachments. No silencers though. Okay, so yeah, there's a ton of stuff in there. It's like more than I need right now. And we've got some 45 magazines. Yeah. So my dilemma right now, military bulletproof vest. Do I still have, I think I have a, no, we have a bulletproof vest at the moment, no. You might say, oh, I guess you're not encountering zombies that are shooting at you. No, that's absolutely right, but it also offers some protection against bites and scratches. I think I got some WD-40 at base, but yeah. So my biggest problem, or not even a problem, so there's a lot of loot in here, which I want to take. I don't think any of that is necessary for exploring the base further, so we don't need to pick it up now. And we're kind of full, right? My backpack is capacity 28, I've got 27.4 in there, so kind of full. So it would make sense to put stuff into my trunk. I was also speculating on maybe finding a nice vehicle here, maybe a Humvee or something like that. So I don't want to load my other vehicle that I might not even take home here up. That makes no sense, right? Oh no, the security door is locked. Shall we get in there? That's not saying it was disappointing, but it was. It was still locked. Okay. Don't like the dude outside. Alright, let's have a little bit of a peek inside. If we even find any sort of military parking lot. I'm not gonna upgrade to a beetle here. It's me? Where are those guys coming from? Like, is that a clown tent? Like, how many are in there? There's like a turn thingamabob that they all fall over. It's slightly terrifying to go in that direction. Oh. Oh, there's a medical tent in there. Alright. How did that work out for you guys? Gas trailer. Okay, there's 3 medical tents in there. Oh, and there it looks like there's a military parking lot in the back. And a lot of trees where you can't see how many zombies are in there. I'm sure there was at least one more zombie coming in from behind, yeah. Oh, and this guy's also coming, okay. Right. Let me just kill this guy. Okay, instead of running with all this weight here. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. First of all, I'm just gonna trust my luck that I don't need large backpacks anymore. I'm gonna find enough military backpacks in here that large backpacks are just, you know, outdated. Just throw them away. Then I'm gonna take this military backpack, place it here, so that I can quickly pick it up. And for now, I'm gonna throw just some junk in there that I don't necessarily need to have on me. No, I regret calling this junk. Some valuable loot we picked up so far. Gotta keep the balloon on the body. That's like, in case we don't have time to pick it up. So yeah, I can just, you know, walk by, bam, equip secondary, and then it's like carrying it in my offhand. like this is usually how I have my screen. Like the health panel, if I get hit, then I open it up. But like as long as you're not getting hit, there's not really any information there that you desperately need. That's a couple zombies over there. Yeah, so kind of my whole character build is a I better not get hit build, right? So this is I'm like slow healer. I've got a thin skin, so if I get hit, it's more likely that they get a bite or like a scratch in. Prone to illness, like a lot of negative traits, which are all like, hey, as long as I'm not getting hit, this is not a problem. Return backpack. I don't think we need more than 3 total, and we have the 3 now. Are you making that noise? Kind of disgusting. Okay, sandbags. A little bit annoying, because you have to kind of vault over them. And doing that in combat, it's a little bit rough. Got full stamina. This is terrifying. Right. Anyone here? Look in my direction. Come over here. Cool. 2. Way through. It's actually just 1. Yes, don't even care about defending your base here. Very concerned about that group on the left. Right, they're kind of shifting a little bit. Yeah, that's exactly what I was concerned about. They shifted down like 20 meters, and that brought them also closer to me. Oh, and there's a dude from the back. Okay. Let's retreat behind the sandbags. Nice head. Ma'am? Milady? Oh, really? Yeah, and that's why I hate fighting near any sort of fence or barrier that you vault over, because zombies can like do these lunge attacks. What's this kind of guy? What's this deal? Beef jerky? Like at the moment I have it in my inventory, he's like, oh, I need to have it. Okay. I think that's enough. Yeah, it's like they fall when they cross a fence, right? So you can stand on the other side and just bash their heads in. But as soon as there are too many, or if you miss one of those bashes... Alright, so that group is kind of thinned out now. Coming from behind? It's like 3 or 5 there, so the way to the car is currently not safe. Big advantage, by the way, of having chairs. When you do the right-click rest, you actually get a progress bar. And if that disappears, you know you have your full stamina recovered. Also good. What's this? A shitload of ammo. And other supplies. And paint. What? Make up your mind. Do you have useful stuff or do you have... Okay. Guess in the military containers that the ammo. There's a car key on the ground, I think. I think it's for one of those, maybe? I don't know, it's actually for this one, okay. Right. Not my first pick. Also gonna be a pain to get out of here. Was there another military backpack in there? Oh no, bulletproof first. So yeah, we gotta sledgehammer down all the kind of sandbags, move the barriers out of the way. Yeah, this place is a bit of work, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. You can also, when you do the right-click rest, you can sit to kind of double dip on your recovery. Just since it takes some time to get up again, I wasn't doing it there because the zombies were nearby. I think I'm taking one more military backpacks. Just because it makes loot transporting a little bit easier. Okay. So that's a Humvee. I hope that's the right one from the right mod that can actually be like upgraded. Because that would be a really nice find. There's a lot of, you know, second floor, third floor. or first, second, depending on how you count. That's a lot of potential for zombies inside the building. Yeah. Getting sloppy here. So missed swing uses up more stamina than a hit. So that's already bad if I swing too early and miss. But if they're then close enough that I have to push, like a push is even more stamina cost, that's kinda... It's not a big deal if you're just fighting like 5 guys, but yeah. Do I have a go-to trait build? So I have a bunch of negative traits that I pretty much always take. So it's like smoker, high thirst, slow healer, prone to illness, thin-skinned, clumsy, conspicuous. I think those are the negatives I usually take. Yeah. And I usually go with strong and fit, or at least stout and fit. Sometimes even athletic if I... keen hearing is probably something I always pick as a positive trait. And dexterous is something I always have. Yeah, this time I also went with fast learner and gymnast, so I start with nimble. So I'm kind of like... my checklist is I want to have strength and fitness boost, right? Not start with the starting 5. I want to have an XP boost in a weapon that I'm going to use. So this will, in this case, lumberjack profession for access. I want to have an XP boost for nimble. It's like your combat speed, so that levels us up faster. Yeah, it's kind of the priority list. I think it's like a really like, especially with lumberjack, you start out with strength 10, right? That's really helpful. Like, this is not necessarily like some people do challenge runs where they start with 0 strength, 0 fitness, and that can certainly be interesting, but I like, to just come to fuck right from the get-go. Sorry. Just bring it on. Just to bring it to the zombies and not just run away. I have no strength. I see there's the window on the upper floor broke. I wonder if there's a zombie jumping out now. Alright, okay, this is the not the one I was hoping for, but it's a good one. Definitely an upgrade over the trash car we came in with. Oh, so many still inside, though. Hang on. Do I do anything else? Quick spot check, yeah. Open. E. Holy crap. Fuel, no fuel. We've got a gas can. We can fix that. But no point, if the roads are still closed here fully, there's no point looking into that. Yeah, I've never tried unemployed. I think it's kind of nice to have these additional points then, so that you can spend them on whatever you want. Like, almost every profession has something where I'm like, oh, yeah, I don't really care about this. So I guess it's nice and unemployed, you know, just spending stuff on what you want to have. On the other hand, something like on the lumberjack, the attack speed with access that you're getting, no build is going to give you that, right? You can only get that via the profession. Take a look at that car. Like this whole base is probably a multi-day adventure here. That's slightly terrifying, that guy suddenly showing up behind me. Whiffing here. Not good. Alright. Well, big hospital, alright. Busy place. Yeah, no gas, same shit. Good condition. Not the one you can upgrade. I'm not actually, I gotta double check that I have that actually installed. It's open. Oh boy, we pulled. 6 of them. Where did you come from? Right, so what I'm gonna do here now is slowly head back. What makes the most sense? If we want to open up a driveway, I think we just go here on the side. Why? No? So I'm kind of conscious of the time of the day. We need to sledgehammer down a bunch of stuff, which is gonna take some time. Because it takes a lot of, like, it makes you exhausted, so you need to take breaks. And again, I don't need to drive the other car inside, right? I could just drive outside with the current one. Or with whatever I choose to be in my next one. Where did all those guys come from again? Good night. Come on, Emily. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the raid. That's going to destructor mode. I think technically you can also deconstruct them with carpentry. Much easier on the stamina. Oh, this is like, they're kind of invisible here on these tiles, the diagonal ones, but I'm sure you can still run into them with your car. Still going to be an obstacle. That enough space, or do I take out one more? I think that should be enough. This thing again. I think I trust this one more because the other one is like near that big building that's full of zombies and multi-story building. You have on your back. That's a meat cleaver. Have a good night, chat. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we're also not gonna be too much longer here, so I just wanna clear this out. The immediate vicinity. Get this car going and get it out, get it home. I don't want to aggro all these guys on the fence. So again, one dude coming here out of the woodwork. It's a little bit concerning. Did I? Oh, I have the gas can in the backpack that I left on the ground. Ah, good. Well prepared, Commander. Okay, I was slightly overweight. Let's make sure the sledgehammer's back in the back. Right. Do I dare running? Yeah, let's run a little bit. Don't have too much more fighting here. It's really just getting out and then sledgehammering down the main gate. Or we'll probably just, if we can get there with the car, sledgehammer out the section of the wall. Ooh. Oh. Hang on there, buddy. Why is the gas tank on that side? That was not ideal. One more. So somewhere down here there's an alarm going, but as you can see, no zombie cares about that. Hang on. Those zombies care about me though. Just need to go hotwire this thing. I should have actually compared the engine quality between the two and not just say, oh, this is more convenient to get to. Yep. Any day now. We also had a key for the other one, but man, it's been... bit of a rough time with the hot wiring today. Yeah, all right. Oh, okay. Let's drive all the way up here. Okay. Down here? Okay. There's a military backpack in the back and some Beretta magazines. Can I? Yeah. Can get close enough so I can yoink the military backpack in there. You know what? Spare military helmet? Sure, why not? Never know when you find the next, he says, while being drowned in that stuff in this military base. I wonder how many zombies are total in this base. How long it's gonna take to clear this fully. Right, I think if we just... not the sign. I guess we also need to destroy... Hang on, can I not just... take the restricted area sign? We just take down 3 more pieces of wall, we should be able to get through here. The lantern is a little bit in the way, though. What? I don't trust my driving skills. Let's just take out a 5th. So, that being said, let's actually put the sledgehammer in here. That hand hatchet. Scrap electronics, the mini backpacks.
Groovy.
Yeah, so I don't think any vehicle-mounted weapons are in. Unless there's probably a mod for this. I know there's a, like, the mod for a tank. You can literally drive a tank through zombie hordes. Like, so I'm just gonna take the ammo that we can use. Like, there's no point picking up 5.56. Like, that's beyond our weapon abilities. Can pick up a backup shotgun. Also, what was that? Sugar bubbles. Thanks very much for the follow. Another anti-jet. Tactical stock. So at the moment, I think I'm just gonna take anything that's shotgun on 9mm related. I'm sure we'll be back for the other loot. How many shotguns do we need? I hear zombie bashing on something and I don't know what it is. Take the WD-40. What's this? Ruger Remington. I guess we can... We have an M77. Should have some 308 ammo for that. There he is. Oh, and just as we're about to get drowsy and tired here. Alright, time to head home. Get home to base. Probably refill this beauty. And I'm gonna say next stream. So I usually stream Zomboid on Thursdays. So next Zomboid stream would be next week Thursday. We're gonna continue here. That being said, I mentioned it earlier, I have the day off tomorrow. I might do an extra stream, depending on how I feel, and continue looting Fort Benning. Oh, this thing has not good. It's not good in the steering department here. At least I think this is the... So this is a modded military base, and I think it's called Fort Benning, but I'm not 100% sure right now. Bit of dangerous street here. seeing how many car wrecks and accidents we can see in this area. Which way do we drive? I think I just drive the normal way. Like our little shotgun adventure earlier today cleared out a bunch of zombies near our base. Still plenty there. Turns out, lots of zombies in a zombie apocalypse. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it there. Yeah, I'll do turning, packing away the loot and all this thing. I do that off stream again. That's just not the super most interesting stuff to watch. And maybe I'll spend another hour trying to find that bloody needle so we can work on our tailoring. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna call it there. Thanks everybody for being here. As I said, maybe a bonus stream with more Zomboid tomorrow. Other than that, more Zomboid next Thursday. And the regular XCOM streams, which is like my main game, is gonna happen a big stream on Saturday and then the next one on Monday. Also on the YouTubes tomorrow is the Nobody Expected This Mission to Pop Up episode. So looking forward to that because, spoiler alert, it's an invasion. Yeah, thanks everybody for being here. Vandrax, have a good night. Thanks very much for dropping by, everybody. All the various new followers and all that other good stuff. All right, if you're into that, I'll see that we can find a nice raid target for us. Let's see who's streaming what. You know what? We're gonna pay a visit to someone who was just watching here. Good old Jetson Strider has started up his XCOM stream. So let's pay him a visit. So a long time follower and friend of the channel. So say hi. I think he's doing some better advent there. Definitely some modded XCOM too. Alright, have a good night everyone. Have a good rest of your week and a nice weekend ahead. And hopefully see you next time. Bye bye.
And maybe screw you, it's not guaranteed kill. Ah! Ava with the raid of 10. I knew you didn't have a lot of time left on Zomboid, but this is a pleasant surprise. I mean, most of you guys know Durable already, but, you know, it's the courteous thing to do. It's the courteous thing to give him a shout out anyway, because, I mean, he is the XCOM god after all, but, everybody's favorite mission indeed. Welcome back